Casey, how are you doing? Glad you're doing great. Great show. How are you doing tonight? What we're doing here is kind of timing this out. G-Gab, hello, hello. Dustin, good to see you. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to time out our delivery, because if we're there too early, then we will be sitting and wasting our on-duty time when we could be wasting our on-duty time while we're at Walmart, because that'll be our first stop is at Sterling, Illinois, kind of like last week. And if you remember, last week they took 3 hours and it kind of cut into my drive time. So we are timing this out so that we arrive there and get there, so if we can still have time to get to Chariton, Iowa, we can get to Chariton, Iowa. And it was one of the reasons why I did not start live streaming sooner. Just for that simple fact is because if I would have started live streaming sooner, we probably would have been over like a 12-hour period. And YouTube doesn't allow over 12 hours, so that is why we are kind of looking at a building right now. I could probably make it a little bit better, like, let's see, I don't know if anybody wants to see this, falling snow, or maybe put some fireworks behind it. But yeah, that's what's going on. Maybe we'll put some little stars behind it, make it a little bit better. So we're roughly at 4:43 a.m., but that's still a little early yet. Hello, Nancy, Cal Tim, how are you all, guys? Everyone's having a great evening. We'll see if there are any Tweety birds in the house. There goes one. Oh, there goes another one. And another one. And another one. Nancy, welcome from Ride Along Gang. Pretty much have a little bit of fun in here. Sometimes we got a dancing dog. Sometimes you'll probably see somebody even just dancing up there. Wish we could move him, actually. We'll move him down here in front of the bug so he can sit there and dance for a little while. But yeah, pretty soon we're going to be getting up and running. We'll get our back music playing here shortly. Definitely, I know a lot of you come from Ride Along Gang, and you know, everyone has a choice of where they want to be in a channel, and that's totally fine. I'm all right with that. I am just showing my life of what I do as a truck driver. Rachel, why are you having a rough day? If anybody should have a rough day, it's us as truck drivers. that's cool. For some of you that don't know me, my name is Gary. I'll probably just post that in there. So a lot of you, if you don't want to just keep saying we the people, that's totally fine. My name is Gary. A lot of the people in here, they already know who I am. Everything. I'm just struggling. Well, I'll kind of mention it like this. I like how my chiropractor has mentioned it. Because trust me, I do have to see a chiropractor after traveling some of the roads in around the country. His wife was having a bad day and saying everything was just miserable. And he asked his wife, well, did you have to go to the hospital for an emergency operation? And his wife says no. He was like, did our kids have any major injuries or anything? And she's like, no. I was like, so why was your life so bad that you say you just had a horrible day? And she was like, well, I just had a bad day. But I got to be thankful that definitely we didn't have any of those things as you mentioned. So yeah, even though we might have a bad day, you always got to look at the further aspects of it. Is like if you're not having to go into a hospital or anything else, and you get to wake up and see another beautiful day, the sun shining in your face, that is definitely a beautiful day. Probably one thing we'll have to do is probably put a jacket on tonight. Well, I don't think it's that temperature in the truck because the ambient temperature is showing me 118 degrees Fahrenheit. If that was the case, wow, but it's not. So yeah, some of us as truck drivers, we definitely look at the aspects of life a little bit. We definitely have a lot of time to sit and think about it. Mile after mile going down the highway. So yeah, it's something that after a while you got to look at life and go from there. So we're going to get our ELD up and running here, get it on duty, do a post trip. And probably one thing that I will probably show a lot of you, which normally many of you probably may or may not see. And I will pull the camera out of here. And we will do a walk around. Put our lights on. Everything of that nature. Get everything running. So if a lot of you didn't get to see the video earlier, I'll actually kind of show you this from a distance. This is the Godmother. If you look at the thumbnail that we have in here tonight, which I will throw a picture in here, this is almost an exact replica of the Godmother. And basically this picture was made by a very good friend of ours, Zero TV Squad. He is on Twitch. He does have a YouTube channel, but he doesn't post on the YouTube channel much. But he definitely made this truck almost like the Godmother. The only difference between that picture and the Godmother is this is a 730. So this is a 730 Volvo. This is a 2010 model. And so that's what it looks like. Of course, we've added some lights to it. If you look between the hood there, you'll see a light there. And I gotta redo the lights right down there because that panel is actually junk. And this is our trailer that we're hauling. So we'll check the tires. Of course, as you see, that's a big tire. I'll throw the light on in here. Flashlight. So yeah, this is the tires that I run. I don't run duals on my trucks. I do actually have two trucks. I've got the Godmother and the Godfather. I'll move this picture off. So yeah, that is definitely duals that we run on there. The truck is fully airbagged. We are good on the fuel level for right now. We're at just between 1/2 and 3/4 as it's running on continuous. Come back here, check the tires in the back. Those are good. Those are good. Lights working. Rear light working there. Rear light there. We got our seal in place. So that's good. Come back. Check the other tire. Those are good. No, Cal, mine does not show movement on it. Those are good. Now here's the other thing I wanted to point out. That is a 100-gallon fuel tank. Now this tank has been on the truck since I bought it. So that is the one there. And as you can see, the lights light up on this side. I got to replace actually all of these because these are old. So I'll eventually replace those out. And then of course I got my light hiding behind there, which I should actually add bigger ones in there because it adds more light. But one thing on the Godmother here is what in my last video, these are actually LED fog lights. And of course the lights up here are all LED controlled as well. So she has definitely a lot of chrome. She's got chrome here, which I got to get the truck clean. You can see it's dirty. We got chrome up there. Got aluminum grill guard, which, believe it, I have actually hit a deer with this already. And then here is the upgrade that we did to this truck here. This is a 150-gallon fuel tank. And trust me, if I stop at a truck stop right now, it will only allow me to fill up 150 gallons, but only 142 usable, because there's a vent in here that goes down into the tank and only allows you to put so much in there. And currently we're at 53 degrees. We got the temp setting at 53, and it's running continuous right now. So that is where we are at with that. And for some of you that have never seen an APU unit, that is the APU unit for the entire truck when the truck is not running. All of this runs on diesel fuel, one way or the other. So we can shut our camera off. Here we go. Get everything hooked back up. Make sure there's power. Everything works outside. Get on our pre-trip. The reefer fuel, there's a tank in the back by the landing legs. That is where the reefer fuel goes into those tanks. So if there's some questions that I missed while we were going, you can definitely re-ask them. The APU does not have own tank. They are shared with the fuel tanks. On the right tank over there, there's a little couple tubes that stick out of the fuel tank. That is what also powers the bunk heater and also the APU unit. So it's all pulling fuel off of the same tank. Now, if I wanted to run the bunk heater on kerosene, I'd have to actually literally have somebody weld on another tank. Like if I decided to take a 150-gallon tank and have that tank cut in half and then put a baffle in there, then basically it put that section back on, and then I can run kerosene. The refrigerator is another thing called refrigerated. So the reefer is what keeps your product cool or hot. We are actually hauling vegetables, so we need to keep that at a certain temperature. This truck does not have a DEF tank on it whatsoever. This was before the emissions got more into effect during later on down the road. So we do not have a DEF tank on here. We do have a regen system on this truck, but we do not have the DEF. The reefer tank is round and it holds 50 gallons of diesel fuel. I actually have a tank like that at home, believe it or not. I had one in the back of my pickup truck. I actually literally had it hooked up to my pickup truck so I wouldn't have to stop as much. And it actually would flip a switch and actually feed into the regular pickup truck tank. But when I was hauling my RV, it would actually hit almost on there, so I decided to take it out because it was actually too high in height. So I ended up buying a different fuel tank. Normally on various conditions, like if it's a hot day and you got to keep the product at let's say -10, it will definitely use a lot to keep the reefer running, because like anything -10 usually takes a lot of fuel, and especially during the summer months. So we're definitely gonna get some miles underneath these tires and start heading to Sterling, Illinois, to a Walmart distribution. It's going to be a long 6 hours, 43 minutes, in which we will not stop unless we got to get fuel. But with that 150 gallon add-on tank on there, this is the first time having this tank on here, so it's going to be a little bit of testing in a way, because this is the first time the Godmother has been out since all the repairs it has had done. As many of you have known, I've been in the Godfather for the last month roughly. And basically getting those repairs done before winter hits. And we are look like having a zero TV channel raid. So I guess a lot of you don't know, I do own 3 semi-trucks. My trucks are paid off. No bank owns them. And the other thing I know it's been mentioned on a few channels, I will not take any donations whatsoever. Even if once we get our P.O. box set up, we do have an email set up now. It will be on our description page. And I will not be checking them because my wife does a lot of the paperwork and everything else and checks the emails. So if any of you have got email questions, you can definitely send it to wethepeople7576@gmail.com. Well, thank you, Sergeant Tom. Yeah, I've been waiting to kind of go live and get going, but we got to get this timing down just pat so that we don't waste some driving time that could possibly be used. The not this last time, but the previous time that I was at Walmart, I just barely made it to Chariton with probably like a few minutes to spare. So I try to maximize my driving as much as possible. And I know like some of us in the trucking industry, we try to do that. Try to use that maximum amount of use of time as we can. And everything else. Because of how my weeks are from Sunday until Thursday, which next week, which I think is starting into November, that first week, I will definitely be, probably going from Sunday until Friday, which is not very much possible that I do, but I will be doing that. And then I'm going to take some much needed time off on the second week of November, and then go from there. And then I will be back up maybe on Wednesday for a short week, and then be back off for the weekend. Oh, I guess he's in a hurry. So many of you with this truck, I'll definitely tell you the comparisons between the Godfather, Godmother. If you see the camera vibrating in here, is because there's more vibration in this truck, and we're still trying to figure out where that vibration is coming from. I don't know if it's coming from maybe possibly the transmission mounts or the engine mounts, but eventually we'll hopefully get that figured out. But there is a lot of vibration that goes through these trucks. So, and the Godfather, I can have that camera on there and I have no vibration whatsoever. Oh, how generous. They gave me the green arrow. Well, for now they did. Anybody want to guess how much weight we have actually on the trailer? And some of you will probably be nearly right, and some of you might be nearly wrong. Anybody want to take a guess? Put your guess of what the weight is on board in the comments below. I'll tell you if you're too high, too low. Yeah, Gerald, it could be. There's a lot of various things that it could be coming from. Definitely, indeed. I'm not ruling out the cab. I do know I have put on new airbags on here. unfortunately, it is what it is. And for what it's paying for the load, for me, it's a pretty good ordeal. Most of it's all boxes, but there is product in those boxes. And so it just varies. But last week I barely had the same amount, barely 10,000 pounds. And I'm probably gross right now, barely even, probably, if I'm lucky, maybe 20,000 or 30,000 pounds gross vehicle weight. So yeah, but the float is actually paying pretty good with 3 stops. And that's definitely something that we like to see because it's actually pulling out of a good area. I actually was in a different area this morning where I delivered in Mason, which I seem to do a lot because could be maybe because a lot of the company drivers don't like to drive at night. I don't mind driving any time during the day or night. It is what trucking is. Yeah, I did put a community post up. If some of you have not seen that community post, I am going to try getting a hold of, and believe it or not, when I made that community post, when I put the ad in there, it will notify those channels, and then hopefully they will go to my page there, get the email, and hopefully send us an email, and then definitely, hopefully we will have that in the future to come. Now it depends upon if they've got the time to do it. I mean, with our trucking schedule, some of us, if we're working every single day of the week, it might not be possible, and I'm making sure I let everybody know that. But it definitely will take a lot to be able to do it. I'm hoping to for sure have Ride Along Gang as our very first panel. I will be live streaming while Bobby is live streaming. That is the goal. So all of you that follow Ride Along Gang, you can ride along with him yet and hear everything going on. Hopefully that is what I'm pushing for. We will be doing a final test this upcoming weekend. Get the final things down on my end that I need to know and let Bobby know of what he's going to have to do on his end so that we can make that happen. So yeah, we've got a lot of work to do in the meantime. I gotta write one thing down here first before I forget it. My pen doesn't want to seem to work. With other truckers around the U.S. or around the world. We have started talks with trucker Cassie, who is in Sweden. Also, you get to understand what their hours of service, or HOS, are like in their country. Possibly how they are governed to maybe a certain speed or kilometers per hour. So that will hopefully be the next panel after we have the panel with Ride Along Gang. Actually, we will be using what they call Restream. We have been in the testing of it. We've already made a payment down on it. So we're going to see how we like Restream. Restream just has a lot of better capabilities, in my opinion, than what StreamYard is. I've asked some friends of mine that does use StreamYard. If by chance, if I lose Bobby while he's in a bad buffering zone, he will be able to add himself back into the channel right away without hitting a link. The same with me. We will have a co-host who will be taking care of everything behind the scenes. So if Bobby loses his signal in a bad area, all he's got to do is reconnect back into that panel, which with StreamYard does not offer that capabilities. And since we've got Trucker Cassie on here, I'll kind of put Trucker Cassie on here to kind of let some of you see what she is like. This was her entering the boat. So these was just recently, within the last few weeks here, that Trucker Cassidy posted that in there. And she did do a part 2, which I'll need to update on my side here. And we will ask Cassie in that panel what she's had to deal with, you know, in her entire career. The same things like what we deal with in our careers, and everything, how life is in Sweden for her. As you can see, the trucks are totally different than ours in the United States. Mostly everything of the trucks in Sweden are all cab overs. So I'm just kind of giving you a rough thing of what to expect in the future to come. I still will be doing my live streams on a daily basis. Now, with some of the truckers that are out there in the U.S. or in Sweden, they do not live stream as much. I know Germany Jen does live stream. So definitely we will see a lot of that. Like I said, we are in the talks, starting the talks with Trucker Cassie. And we're already in talks with Bobby. So he kind of knows what's going on, and it's not going to be a heads up. Of course, YouTube's got to put their ad in there. So many things to look forward to. Yeah, Gerald, you're right. Another organ donor. Somebody said your name, Bobby. So I'm just kind of giving a description of what's to come, Bobby, later on down the road. The future of how I'm going to put the channel. Here, Bobby, is, if you see in their screen, is Trucker Cassie, who is a truck driver in Sweden. We are in the talks, like I said, with her, to see if we can get her on a panel, trucker talk with her. we got coming up into the future. And eventually too, with semi-Ernie, we'll have also the panel talks with him while we're going down the highway. It kind of interests me of how everything in Sweden, how their laws, their truck regulations are. Do that. And also we have Trucker Lena. She is another truck driver around the world. We are hoping to someday have talks with her as well. Yeah, a lot to come in the future to come. So that is Trucker Lena. Yes, indeed, Gerald. She is in the UK. To in the future to come. So yeah, there's just not all men in the industry of truck driving. There are women across the world that are doing the same job. There is Becca, who is also in truck driving. She is also doing it flatbed. We will definitely be able to have that into the future. Come on, dude. Oh, you're a bobtail. So yeah, definitely that is how I want to get more perspective. A lot of people around the world or in the U.S. of, you know, everything they've had to face. Because I really think it's really important for a lot of people to know what we deal as truck drivers. And it is. There's a lot of hardships that we face as truck drivers. Sometimes it can be health issues. I don't like to say it like this, but loss of a family member, the birth of a child, you know, we've missed out on, just to make sure that everybody always has the food and supplies in their stores. So there's definitely a lot of things that people don't really realize. That we sacrifice for our country, and always to make sure that everybody has food on their table or the supplies they need for whatever they need. Bobby, when do you hoping to make it home, bud? home time, that is for sure. I mean, after, I think in your stream earlier, you were out for like a month. Yeah, that's, for me, I've been in your shoes, I've done that. I've been out, you know, at least for 2 months straight, 3 months straight. And when it came to home time, I mean, it's like, yeah, I just didn't really want to do nothing, but yeah, I would just take the home time and enjoy it. Probably 4 to 7 p.m. tomorrow, 10-4, 10-4. That's right, Sergeant Tom. It's just not us as truck drivers, military and truck and train drivers. Yep, absolutely. All of them make the sacrifice for their families to support their country. Indiana state line. And believe it or not, there's a big nuclear plant right along the Ohio River here. Indiana, Ohio here real shortly. Wow, that's a lot of time, Bobby. Yeah, I've done daily, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, and up to only going home once or twice a year. Yeah, that's a long time. And that's why I guess, you know, a lot of us that actually do the live streaming, I mean, they actually get to see more what we do, the sacrifices, day after day, you know, live stream after live stream after live stream, which is a good way for people to understand, okay, well, Bobby's been on the road, let's say a month, and that's a long time. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, there's definitely a lot of sacrifices that we do just to make sure we help our country in many of ways. And yes, Rob, technology has come a long way, but even still, it depends upon, you know, even though technology has came a long way, still trying to get people home is still, you know, a challenge with trucking companies. And believe it or not, I do run into those challenges every so often. My dispatch knows I'm supposed to be home Thursday morning, and I consider till the morning, till 12 o'clock, but sometimes that doesn't even happen. It might be end up being that I might be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's still a challenge even with technology. I don't know exactly which plant that is, Gerald. If you look by the I-275 right by Kentucky, Indiana border, it'll probably say it on Google Maps. You can never actually see the name of it while it's during the daytime, especially when you want to cross that bridge. talk at you later. Another one there. It's a little truck stop. I think it's like a BP. Before Love's got in there, that was the one I used to stop at all the time. Yep, Bobby does have a great fan base. Tom, I will have a great fan base too as well. I take things as they come, and I'm very grateful for everybody that has subscribed, very much indeed. I've always kind of looked at things at one day at a time. There's times that I can be overwhelmed by it, but I still got to face it one thing at a time as much as I can. And so it's like I always try to make every well, how can I say this? I always try to look things very brightly and try not to let the downfalls overcome me, but there are times that I do have downfalls. But for the most part, I always try to stay happy, cheery about it. And so I know some people could have a real bad potty mouth, but I will never do it like that because I always think of everything as a business aspect, because I do run a business. And yeah, patience has to be a virtue regardless what the outcome is. I always got to take it as patience has to be a virtue. That's the only thing that I'll ever ask for. Like Bobby says, is hit that like button. The only thing I'll ask for. I'll never ask for anything else except maybe a link from the mods, but just to hit the like button. Bobby as well. I mean, So if some of you that don't like talking to a lot of people, we have to talk to people. So we have to be social butterflies. And so like when it comes time for us being as truck drivers waiting for a place to open, I mean, we literally are talking amongst ourselves, you know, it's like, oh, we've been here, we've been there. Have you ever been to this place or ever been to that place? And it's like, oh yeah, I've been to that place. It's like sometimes I'll say you better bring a lunch, because I mean, when we say you better bring a lunch, that more or less means they take forever to load or unload or do whatever it is. And that's the way it is for us. It's not get there and they hurry up and unload us. It's basically, you know, when they got time to unload us, that's when it does. So waiting for Bobby or waiting for me to get unloaded, I mean, it's like, oh my goodness, why are we waiting so long? I mean, we only got like a few pallets for our first stop, and if they take 2 hours, I mean, they take 2 hours. It shouldn't take more than, actually, in my opinion, like half hour, 45 minutes, and boom, give me my paperwork, and I'm gone. But it does happen. It does happen. somebody, as a truck driver, came in and actually hit the weigh station and took the building out. And if you see where the road is, it goes directly towards the building. They literally ran into the building, so they've been rebuilding the whole DOT office. So it's kind of weird. Yes, Nancy, that is bagpipes in the background. And that might have been, Sergeant Tom, a CDL revoke. I don't know. I don't really know the whole intel of that, what had happened. All I know is that a truck driver actually went through that building. It's really hard to say what happened with the ordeal with that. Definitely horrible to hear, but I mean, in a way, for us having to stop at the weigh station, it's one less weigh station we got to stop at. And as for me, being leased on with the company that I'm leased on to, we got a pretty good record. So I mean, normally for us, we don't really have to worry about stopping a lot at a weigh station. We have a pre-pass on board here, and if our record is pretty good, normally we'll get the green light and then have to pass it, or we can pass it. If we choose to stop in as drivers, then that's definitely something we can do. And it could have been, Sergeant Tom, it could have been something mechanical. But they probably said also too, well, pre-trip, why didn't you find this on your pre-trip or your post-trip? There's always something that they come back on. on my channel as well. G-Gab just posted his last video. He is running solar on his actual 65 pickup truck. And he made coffee with the solar panels. Too, I would imagine. (10-4), Dustin, you be safe, brother. Guide number 23, much love to you back, brother. with a load of cars. I got sure rather sit back and watch and check everyone else stay safe. Well, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, Dustin. 10-4 fry, I started it on it today. 10-4, 10-4. Be looking forward to when you come out with your next video, Fry. Junk. I hear you then, and it's not worth the go. If there was actual cars that go to a dealership, yeah, I think that'd be a different story. That is definitely choices that we've got to make as drivers. On the other hand, because I got a short week, I gotta keep going regardless how I look at it, because if I want to make it home by Thursday, I gotta be the head of the schedule. You had another show in Texas today, Fry? You got snow in Texas? Holy moly. Texas down as getting snow today. That is awkward. How much did you get over by you, Fry? I suppose it didn't stick around much. That sounds great, Sergeant Tom. Glad he restored it. Looks like factory lane restored. about it in today's video upload, so hopefully that will be definitely happening here soon. even if we fill up the main or the tanks with the 150-gallon fuel tank, it'll fill up a good majority of that and just fill up into the rest. be able to go back through Wisconsin unless we go out of route. So we're just going to have to probably get fuel probably maybe in Iowa and go from there. $167.23 to fill my Porsche BMW with 93 octane. Yeah, I hear you, Sergeant Tom. Filling up my pickup truck with just, I think, 16 gallons of diesel fuel, just my pickup. That ends up being usually a little over $200. Yeah, when I fill up the semi, you can imagine how much I put in on diesel fuel here. So maybe what I'll have to do is actually show the pump when I'm filling up the tank and what I have to put in for the price of fuel. owner-operator, I pay that. That comes out of my pocket. It doesn't come out of anybody else's pocket. So with me being an owner-operator, that's an expense that comes definitely out of my pocket. Since I put the 150-gallon fuel tank on this truck, and this is actually the first run that the godmother is going through for a trip, I got to figure out how far I can travel before I have to put fuel back in it, because now we actually have another 50 gallons on board the truck, but still running 100 gallon on the other tank, and they basically run simultaneously together. So I might be able to get maybe out of Illinois before I got to fill up on fuel. Maybe I might have to stop after I get in Sterling. We don't know yet. Like I said, this is a training run basically, or an engineering run, you might as well call it, to figure out how far of a distance we can go before we have to put fuel back in it. So normally if I came to Green Bay to Mason, Ohio, and then head back from Wilder or Covington, heading back to Wisconsin, normally I got to stop in Indiana to put fuel in and then get back the rest of the way. Define Hemp, good to see ya. Archie, hey we the people, and everyone, I was sleeping, now I'm not. Well, welcome to the channel. Fry, for the support, brother. Fry, did you happen to get to look at that message? So I know which ones to send you? For hitting the likes. That's the only donation I'll ever ask for. Fine, Archie. Marjo, good morning. How are you doing? Now, to some of you that are in the chat, Marjo is like a little sister. So yeah, she definitely picks on me because I'm the big brother. That's why she calls it BBB, Big Bug-Eyed Brother. So I always call her the Big Bug-Eyed Sister. I like this song, so I'm going to replay this one again. Gets done replaying the second time, we will definitely put that request in. We've got 25 people in the chat here. I think we need to do a channel raid over to Let Freedom Ring. We definitely got to show some love to a lot of the people that do restreaming. And definitely Let Freedom Ring has restreamed us in the past. So we got to show some love to our restreamers. Let's do a channel raid. I woke you up. Arjo, I've been live streaming for an hour and 40 some minutes. How can I wake you up? We're currently in between Ohio and Indiana, and I will definitely let you know here shortly the closest city we are nearby is Milroy and Andersonville. So everybody in the chat, let's go over to Let Freedom Ring 3 and let's show some love and do a channel raid in there. Oh, seems like that's been uploaded by GGAB. That video has been removed by the uploader. I guess we won't be able to do a channel raid in there. So a lot of people that have not been in here, this song that'll be playing next has been a very big favorite in the chat. So for a lot of you that have not heard it, this will be your first time hearing it, and it's usually a motivator. So if you've got a spouse at home, get up and move it around, shake that booty, or just get up and move around, dance to it. Probably GGAB to let him know that we are probably streaming with music so he can keep the volume down on there. Because I don't want to get anybody else to strike that for a restreamer at all, so definitely let him know that. Swing that booty around. I know Gerald, if you're listening, he's the hot favorite of it. So a lot of you can tell me afterwards, yeah, we do like this song, we don't like the song, but it's pretty much a channel favorite in here. So we definitely keep the song around in here, and I've been trying to get it on some other platforms, but I can't seem to figure out how for people to find it, or otherwise I'd definitely give them a place to find it. encore. Shake that booty around. We do drive daytime, but usually with these loads here, going to Mason, Ohio, they depend upon the time frame they deliver. It could be earlier in the day, or it could be during the evening, but the Castellini loads that I take, those always usually deliver at night. The next few stops will actually kind of be late or near late afternoon. Optional volume control. Chris, we will be driving for another 5 hours, and then hopefully we will be driving another 3 hours, but it's always subject to change, and we might have to take a break. We don't know yet. It all depends upon the first stop. It should only take like an hour to actually deliver. They only got a few pallets that got to come off, but because they probe every single product that comes into their door, it might take up to 3 hours and actually literally cut into the drive time. Gerald always behaves. definitely like to have fun in the chat. Definitely indeed. So if you see Marjo always picking on me, she always normally does. That's just the way she is. Definitely showing sister love through the brotherly love. Sergeant Tom, because we always have fun in here. Sure, skunk BBB. You watch it, Marjo. Me and Gerald will gang up on you, dropping some skunk love. Yep, Metallica with bagpipes. It's one of my favorites. I actually like that one. Especially when you have fun, you know, for something like a 5-hour trip, 6-hour trip, it makes it like a 3-hour trip. BBS, don't you start, girl. Indeed, pass the time. Because trust me, otherwise, you know, if I never live stream, that's all I would be doing, is just sitting here. Believe it or not, you know, before I even started live streaming, I wouldn't listen to a radio. Just basically listen to what's happening around the truck. And just watching things out the window and going about my business as any daily thing. So the benefit for you guys is you get to see me go across the country in the Midwest and see what I see. Now, you don't get to deal with everything that I deal with being an owner-operator, but I at least give you the opportunity to see a lot of things. And there will be things that you will get to see, and there are some things that I need to keep privately that you will not see. Ari, how are you doing? That's right, Gerald. Training the skunks for parachute assault. Hello, Debbie. Welcome, welcome. Red Cactus made chili for dinner. I think as cold as it's going to be, we will be making chili ourselves. you don't see that I don't live stream is like the music that I put on here. It does take time, but we are in the process of slowly going to be adding more music to the playlist. And so basically, you know, to try to keep the channel always fresh with some sort of music. Of course, on a daily basis, we do fight copy things from YouTube, and so we work hard to make sure it's not actually literally copyrighted music. Here's a good example: AC/DC. Anything AC/DC, whether if it's instrumental, actual singing, considered copyrighted. So we fight on a daily basis to try to find music to play on our live streams, and we definitely got to let our restreamers that do restream us know, hey, this is what we're doing, and we don't want to get you a copyright strike or anything of that nature. So if you're going to restream us, definitely keep the volume down. That's why we put the live streaming with music up in the corner, and this way they don't get a copyright strike. I don't think I've been this physically tired in decades, Gerald says. Been hand forming sheet metal all day. That'll tire you out. I know what it's like forming metal all day long. I've been down that road once in my life. Yeah, they would just take me down real quick. Definitely liked a lot of those old bands. So, AC/DC, Metallica, Van Halen, Whitesnake, Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue. There are some songs that I do have that I can still play, but when it comes to AC/DC, that will get me. You'll actually see the screen black out. That's actually YouTube intervening on that when it happens. Joan Jett, Def Leppard. It was quite the show. That had to be awesome, Archie. song. So if it's not 100% guitar, that's really not considered copyrighted. And it's not copyrighted to a certain recording studio. So that is something that you can play. But if it's something where it matches a YouTube algorithm, then it gets flagged. And then all of a sudden, that's when you'll see my screen go black or the stream ends suddenly. That's where they intervene. And I actually had a stream not too long ago, last week, that got black flagged by YouTube. They didn't really say exactly why. It just said it was against their guidelines. And we put an appeal in, and the appeal got turned down and was taken off YouTube. So, granted, it was like 7 hours long, and I had to take a loss on it. Airport is definitely working tonight, because I can see an actual couple planes up in the sky. They're kind of hovering around before they land. So for a lot of you that are in here, we do have an email link on here. Well, we do have an email on the description. So anybody that wants to send emails, you can definitely send emails at wethepeople7576@gmail.com. My wife, Miss We the People, she is the one that answers those emails. And she definitely lets me know when those emails do come in. Actually on in the truck, but I normally don't have the volume up all that much. So, I mean, in case I see the needle actually moving on the CB radio, or the meter, I should say, I normally don't turn up the volume. And I've got the CB in a spot where I can actually see what's going on other than paying attention to what's going on with the road. But I kind of do miss CB radios, but I understand that with technology progressing forward, it is what it is. Eventually, a lot of these guys will probably be parking it within maybe a few hours. Sooner or later, we're going to probably see less trucks out on the road. And we will be like, it'll be kind of like, we'll see some trucks. I'm not saying all of them are going to be sleeping, but eventually you notice little things like that, like I have over the last few years. And it's just how the trucking life goes. Red Cactus, you have a great and fabulous night, and we'll talk at you later. Yes, Rob, in a way, yes, it has. But as a truck driver, you can't always go off of Google Maps for going in through a city, because the roads are definitely made for a car and not for a semi. Jeffrey, the windshield administrator's in the chat. How you doing, Deborah? Being, hey, Marjol. Cheeky. You have a great night yourself, Chaplain. Hello, Julie. Welcome, welcome. Jeffrey, I got a headache and I don't know if it's because of weather or have severe quality warnings here tonight. I would say it's probably the weather, Deborah. No, BBS, you're cheeky. Cheeky girl. the skunks. Yes, Gerald, that is 100% correct. Airbags, emissions, etc. Yes, Julie, we probably are. That's right, Marjo. Say hello to my little friends. Hey boy. It's not like I got a Fabio look. Hey, I can't believe it's not butter. In the screen or in the video, you'll actually see like a light just above that is either a helicopter or a plane, because we are next to on the other side of the loop here is actually Indianapolis Airport. Actually, to find him, I don't even know if Fabio's even still around. Julie says, wind advisory, it's raining here. 40 minutes, give or take, from Sterling, 10-4. Yeah, I think that's the plane that's going to probably be carrying the little friends over to Marjo. It's definitely got to be a helicopter because it's just hovering. That is all helicopter. There's a bird in the air. Fabio is still alive. I count 23 FedEx planes on the tarmac there with a bunch more heading in, yes. If anybody has got the tracking app, yes, you can definitely tell how many planes are currently at the Indianapolis airport right about now. Oh, no. Not really, Gerald, because if they're watching the traffic, it's the best way for them to kind of watch traffic. We said a bird in the air. The old CB lingual for there's a cop in the air. Yeah, he was definitely on a carnival ride, Debbie. Here's roughly about 55. I'm doing probably like maybe anywhere between 55 and 59 miles an hour. Fabio look bad with the long hair. Now, if he's still got long hair, yeah, he's probably beat me with the long hair. is not even in the path that he was in, so he was definitely out of the way, out of the landing way. And G-Gap posted information about Fabio. We don't want to time anybody out, Deborah. We still haven't recovered Aces yet. If anybody's ever known Aces, he got timed out accidentally, and we have not seen Aces back. Granted, it does happen accidentally. We don't try to do it accidentally. So if it does happen to you, we will try to get you back, but it can happen sometimes if you get accidentally timed out. Yeah, I would agree, Gerald. Super Salty comes in during the morning hours because he's got a business himself. We kind of tease him about it if he's found Aces yet. His name is actually Aces Atwood, and so we kind of tease Super Salty about it if he's found Aces. So that's the whole meaning behind that. So either I, as the channel owner, or the mods, if, let's say, somebody needs a timeout, we can actually time them out for 300 seconds, which is about 5 minutes. And then after that time expires, then they can rejoin the chat. That's what a timeout means. But the thing is, if you're a moderator, you can't do it to another moderator. Only the channel owner can basically time out moderators after a period of time. We as people are a sum total of our experiences. And see, if a lot of you are on a mobile device, some of the phones can be really sensitive depending upon how you set your phone up. But yeah, it'll come up in a option whether you want to block them, report them, or time them out. Super Salty normally comes in the morning. So yeah, he's definitely in here. And so yeah, he definitely accidentally did it to somebody, and we haven't seen him back since then, so that's why we give him a little rough time on it. Well, congratulations, Debbie, on your first cell phone. use my voice activator, and that way I don't have to type. Gerald, thanks for the explanation. Yeah, I agree, Sergeant Tom. Careful with that voice activator. LOL. I guess if I had a better option whether to want to read the chat on a computer or the cell phone, even though I'm using my cell phone for live streaming, my chat shows up on the screen, so I'm actually reading it as we are going down the highway. I could put that chat actually on the screen, but then it'll definitely take away from you seeing everything that I see, so we do not put the chat actually onto the chat. Maybe if it comes up in a certain instance where we want to put the chat actually onto the screen so you all see it, that can be an option, but for right now I just tend to leave the chat off of the screen so that this way then you can actually enjoy the view, the actual scenic view that way. That's the only thing that why I don't use auto chat sometimes, because what I'm trying to say, it definitely gives out a different interpretation, and so I don't normally use it all that much. Yep, exactly, Defied Hemp. That's why I don't put the chat actually on the screen. My wife brought it up to me a while ago. She was like, I can't even see half of where you're going with the chat on there. She was like, is there an option to take it off? And I'm like, yeah, there's an option. She is like, in my opinion, I think anybody that's viewing, they'd rather see where you're going than seeing a chat on the screen. We have chosen to always keep the chat off the screen. Unfortunately, when I'm live streaming, I can't make that change. Only in the beginning, when I hit the go live, that's the last time there when I can have that happen. But yeah, for the most part, if it's something where I feel that the chat needs to be on the screen, then I'll make that decision. But for the most part, the chat will be off the screen. Texas girl, how are you doing? Big hugs to you. She does have a channel of her own. If somebody can post her link on here, for some of you that have been following Gray Wolf's Walk, she is one that definitely helps restream him. So during when she goes live, definitely check her out. Right there, One Voice. You will always see a lot of JV hunts on trains. They started actually getting into the container business like last 5-10 years. only a number that you think you're old on. But if you've got one last time to prove your work, to impress thyself, then that's what's the important part. It's more or less like the hold my beer moment. Just like with me, Gerald, I mean, a lot of the things that I build, I take pride in everything that I build, and I want it perfect. And the only one that can make that perfect is you. They'd make roads perfect. Yeah, they were going to jump over in the left lane here. just yelling, "Skunks away!" Deborah, if you don't know what LOL means, that means either lots of laughs, it could be lots of love, or LMAO, that would be laughing my backside off. Seem nervous about the jump tower. Good touch, Gerald. Good touch. you end up today at? Yep, indeed, Texas girl. We have the whole family here. Dalton, Georgia. You ended up in Dalton, Georgia. Okay. Been working, just stopping by, spread some love and hit that like. Thank you, Ernie. Or thank you, Yui. Out at 3:30 in the morning from Dalton, Georgia. 10-4, 10-4. Juniper, if you have not seen Fry's newest video, he did put one out today. Will do, Yui. You be safe. Who we're missing yet for the whole entire family is Diego TV. And Weathercat, we're missing Weathercat. Maybe my voice will echo her into the chat. pepper boy. Yep, Revenue Patrol for sure, Gerald. Revenue Patrol for sure. Texas girl. Out of each other. We heard the noise of the patio furniture hitting my patio. Saw outside light and shed popped on off. He was looking. Yeah, looks like I'm in for some great weather coming up to Illinois. we are actually going to be going on I-294, hit I-88, out to US 30 a little bit, to Sterling, Illinois. Got a 5:25 appointment time, and right now, if I was to keep driving straight through, it'd be 4:55 by the time I would arrive. Hey Wayne, how are you doing? Juniper's a great individual, you know, when he deals with the 3 high schools and they are not finding success with a lot of students they do not want to deal with, and they dump them on us and we take them in. Well, we're currently at 66, so I can't complain. Thanks, Debbie, for stopping in. Come on back anytime. Some of the new windows today that I purchased 6 months ago. Hey Ty guy, welcome, welcome. Big hug to you, brother. And believe it or not, Juniper, with him educating these kids, not to mention running a full-time business, definitely hats off to Juniper for everything he does. And on top of that, when he gets time, he does do a live stream or a video upload of cooking. So if anybody is busy, it's definitely Juniper. friend of mine, they just got their doors, so that was definitely over 6 month waiting period for them to get their garage doors. Miss T, Vic, BC Live is in our chat tonight. Welcome, welcome, big hugs. Now we're waiting for Rob to be coming in here. Hopefully he's not playing Trucking Simulator and trying to back up a truck. Much love to the Vicks. before 2030, they should have this road done. Gerald, they definitely do in this state. They definitely milk everything here when it comes to construction. From Minnesota, that would have been done in like 6 months' time. like you, Jennifer, to give those kids a fighting chance. something. southbound lane that are no longer available right now because they're rebuilding it. parking here. One spot in there between that 45 mile an hour, no parking. Truck stops, they don't have enough parking. Be the case too, Uncle Larry. Park on and off ramp a couple times in my life. Probably maybe a grand total like 6 times. Oh sure, Marjo, now you want to squeeze BBB after slapping him on the back of the head and polishing his dome. Ooh. one of the main routes from north to south that divides the east to the west. So yeah, this has always got normally traffic on it. This is kind of like I-80 going east to west. Casey, you have a great night. Yeah, I definitely will probably need a stocking cap for the winter. Pretty soon we'll break that one out. And yes, Gerald, almost pretty much need a rodeo rope to drive this road. I-40 and I-10, yep, a lot of those definitely are get used for north to south as well. Like Ernie, he's heading down to Georgia, or is in Georgia. If I was going to go down to Georgia, I would be taking I-65, cut across to 71 or 74 to I-275, take that over to 75 south and take that all the way straight down instead of taking I-65 all the way down into Nashville, because the traffic in Nashville is usually worse than Chattanooga. So I'd rather go through Chattanooga that way. So yeah, it's definitely a choice that I would, in my opinion, for past experiences, definitely take that way to 75 south to go into Atlanta. Gerald, skunks will be there soon, Margel. Have a good night, Gerald. Show the footage of when we get to the shipper and receivers. The only footage we didn't do is when we were getting loaded because of the time frame of for the amount of time to take to live stream, because usually that will take almost 12 hours by itself. takes at these shippers and receivers normally, of how long it takes for us to get back out on the road? Thank you, Uncle Larry. I always try my best. I always try showing you, as much as I possibly can. Of course, there's some things that gotta remain private or for security of the load. So usually I try to show everything. No, this is actually a Castellini load. Starts with a C. So everything on board is all vegetable. No way, that's never the case. It don't matter if you're regional, long haul, short haul. I mean, it normally don't matter. Some places maybe they do, but for the most part, no, it's never the case. Like I have in a few years. I did like 2 years worth of expedited. Oh, I loved expedited. But it's never always the case even with expedited. the product cool. Our trailers that I pull for the company, their trailers will heat up to 80 degrees. So it really don't matter for the winter or summer months for hauling fruit across. It just depends upon where the companies want the reefers to go up to temperature wise, at least in the heated part or cool part. So it really varies. I definitely have hauled bananas from southern Florida that just got off the ship, maybe barely 2 hours, and bring it back to like Chicago that was like minus 30, and the reefer was running that whole time. Just because of starting to go into colder climates, we always make sure to keep the reefers always running. Oh yes, definitely. It's definitely a different situation between north and south, because the south is always warm, usually, most times. So with that being, those of us that are up in the north, like I live in actually Wisconsin, definitely we gotta keep the product cold, but the reefer will actually kind of keep the product warm to keep it cold, if that makes sense, because the ambient temperature is running the outside of the sidewalls of the trailer, if that makes kind of sense. And if the reefer shuts off, the product inside will actually get colder with the outside ambient temperature. That's why the reefer will actually, in the winter months, heat the product to keep it at that temperature where it's supposed to be set at. GPS tracked. They can also monitor the temperature, but with these 2200 series trailers, they can monitor the temperature, but they cannot change the temperature. But like the 2100, the 2000, the 1900 and 1800 series trailers, they can change the temperature at any point in time. Be done where they ice product. They will when the product is maybe at a facility, might be flash frozen with dry ice, but for the most part I have never ever seen where they had extra ice on board. That would just be more of an added expense to the shipper or the receiver to do that. require that, but I have never seen it that way. Normally the refrigerated unit, depending upon the temperature, being 63 degrees out, you'd almost have to find a refrigerated unit company that will actually get that reefer up. But the product is actually being what they call what we call it tattletale. It'll definitely say what the product was throughout through its entire transport. And it'll literally tell them, okay, well, your temperature dropped like 15 degrees for like, let's say 2 hours. They'll either accept it or reject the load. And if they reject the load because it dropped a certain temperature during transport, then I got to deal with disposing of it. Today. How is your afternoon? I don't know. I'd hate to travel all the way across to the other side of the Illinois and then worry about buying fuel in Illinois, but buying fuel here ain't no cheaper either, so kind of stuck between a hard place and a rock. Yeah, we're doing good for the most part, Daniel. Just gonna have to stop and get some fuel here. We got a little bit of time to do it, so hopefully the pumps pump fast and still make our appointment on time, which we hopefully should, and then change the temperature because they dispatch did call and question it a little bit. Hopefully we're not waiting for a fuel pump. Even though the wife will be calling in a short period of time here. Open pump! Yeehaw! Stand by, everybody. We'll find out. I got it timed right now, so we'll have to wait and see, and I'll let you know. Start your timers now. Shouldn't take that long, hopefully. minutes so far. 834 worth of fuel though. And that's barely even 150 gallons. Yep, that's right. Hold on, we'll be back. We gotta go get a fuel receipt. Yeah, it's no joke when we get 146.499 gallons at 5.699 a gallon. Yeah, that tends to be just a tad bit expensive. Fuel at this has come to being when there is no affordable replacement. Exactly. Not to mention all the gas they make. It's a waste product of the gasoline. So, I mean, there should be an abundance of it. If you kind of remember, I mean, they're kind of trying to phase out kerosene. So like your torpedo heaters that can either take diesel fuel or kerosene. I mean, you don't see much kerosene hardly anymore on the shelves. I mean, you gotta make a special trip just to go get it from somewhere. We can't just take pennies on the dollar to haul the product because then nobody would have it in their food. No food in their stores or anything. And it's sad that we got to raise our rates in order to haul something because of the cost of inflation that's happening otherwise. And that's why we have the high cost of inflation. probably have a lot of people when it comes to the panel, when that time comes, would agree with me 100% that the cost of fuel for everybody around the world is hitting every trucking company. Sleeping and working, I'm actually out and walking around enjoying the night. Well, it's good that you're walking around and enjoying the night. We haven't forgot you've got that split shift, or so yeah, we've been definitely taking that in consideration there too. Party would give me a cookie and go away. No. We'd have been hugging you. I was like, we missed you, bud. Happy day. Hey, for a fellow Wisconsinite, heck yeah. Cave was getting a little too dark. Going to the bathroom on the floor, so it was time to leave for a little while. Yeah, 10-4, 10-4, 10-4. Just stopped raining and there's no traffic anywhere. Yeah, that's the nice part about up there in that area. so human. Perfect. That's what I would call an actual nice driving day for me. Calling me sometime here shortly. So if the mic goes mute, I'll be on the phone with her. Too bad I don't have a car, so I have foot power. It never failed me. Never have that a flat and no maintenance on my brakes. Yeah, 10-4. 10-4 on that. Miles a day 20 years ago, yeah. it'll be very shortly. I'll be on the phone with her. Hopefully we don't sneeze again. Played basketball, football, soccer, and baseball. But all those days long gone. But it was an honor to play and fun. Oh yeah, indeed. Yeah, I used to do that. Used to play football. Not high school, but, you know, with friends. Football, soccer, baseball, softball indeed. I used to play softball. Kind of do miss playing softball, but granted I have to slightly get in shape for that. Till I was 35. Yep. doing good, Queenie. Caveman, there is still some rain in Wisconsin yet. Yeah, that is true, Queenie. Thanks for stopping in. Big hugs to you. I hear you, Queenie. You too, Queenie. You have a great night. Knocked out the power and internet, knocked out some of my flags. Holy moly. They managed to get power and internet back, as you can see. Yeah, I guess. Dang. We got a lot going on down here today. Now, Rome Caveman said he's up in the Green Bay area, and he said there's no rain there, so I guess we still got rain kind of in the state yet. Pretty strong stuff passed through, but no power outages, at least on my side of town, 10-4. Trucks down went down by Oshkosh, so she actually had to hold on to the steering wheel pretty good this morning, I guess. That's Texas. I'll do it in chunks at a time. Skunk spray is made up of feels. It's sticky, that's why you smell it everywhere. The way you get rid of it is not applying water. Hold tight, more info coming. Telling us how to get rid of skunk smell. So if you're able to catch a little bit of the chat, you'll see how to get rid of skunk smell. I don't think it's fire. I think it's just that the city over there is glowing a lot of light. And I believe there is, in that distance, a nuclear power plant over there, I think. Not 100% sure. I do have a family support. My wife doesn't like me being on the road. That is definitely no lie. She'll tell you that outright. You always got to have a very strong woman when it comes to trucking, and my wife is a godsend to me, and but it is definitely difficult for me being gone on the road. That's why when she retires from her job, then she'll probably be going with me more, and then we'll probably end up doing more area instead of just regional, because my boys will actually be graduated from high school. And then we'll probably do a lot more. And just live our lives on the road for, the time being, and come home when I want to come home. I'll still have that owner-operator status, and I choose when I want to come home. Or when we come home. And yeah, we'll definitely manage being home, for holidays, birthdays, things of that nature. But I don't know. It depends. If I decide to do that, or we decide to do that, I don't want to be doing it for a good couple of years. I mean, I've seen everything that I wanted to see, and I know my wife hasn't got to see a lot of things. So, I mean, I would have to definitely sacrifice going back out east maybe once or twice, which I don't really want to. I don't want to deal with the headaches of trying to find a place to park and all that stuff. I'd rather just be on the West Coast, where it's actually a lot easier to find a place to park on the West Coast than the East Coast. Oh yeah, we're going to be home on that day, Rome. I guarantee you that. We will be home on that day. Week of November will be a very short work week. A very, very, very short work week. Company person, I probably would not be able to be home on that day, because the company would probably have said, nope, we need you out here, and probably might have not happened. So holy moly, long lane list here. Jeez Louise. Yep, indeed, Gerald. Travel is nice, but it gets to the point where it looks the same. Yep. And that's why I really don't need to prove myself anymore to any kind of company that I work for, because I've already been to these places. A lot of them are the same, and I just don't have the ambition to be out on the road like I wanted to be at that time. At that time, it seemed like I had to prove myself to any company, and now I don't have to anymore. I've fulfilled all that. 10-4 Rome, I'm going next door. Blue Clue said he has no one, so this time he had been on the road 4 months and has spent a year on the road. Yeah, and that does happen, Wayne. If you've got no family or anything, you just choose to live your life on the road. I've known people who have done it. But like with me, after a while, it's like, you know, if he ends up meeting somebody and everything else, he can either choose to stay on the road, she can go with him, or he can cut back like I did. For Allied Vans. Yeah, they're still actually out on the road yet, believe it or not. Steve takes 4 days a month at home. For me, that's not even long enough. looking into what it would take to get my K100 back out there. I'd have to the drivetrain to get the DEF emissions up in current standards. If it didn't come with it, Gerald, no, you wouldn't have to. And you could, if you can, just choose not to go into California. Many reasons why I don't go to California. I don't want to deal with all that. Yeah, I would probably tend to agree, Gerald. Waiting to get checked in. Good morning, Slowdown 66. How are you? 10-4 slowdown. I'm getting ready for work. Be right back, everybody. Go get some paperwork. I just gotta say this, Walmart sucks. That's all I'm gonna say. Gerald. Well, I understand about getting the itchy feet. Believe it or not, when I'm done, that's it. I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore. I can walk away from it. Openly say that when I'm done, I'm done. Like 10 minutes to spare. Looks like I'm gonna have the same parking spot like I did last week. And they say there ain't got no doors. There's one, 308. Guy goes, well, blame that on management. I was like, dude, I know you're only doing your job, but you're still part of the management. That's why we hate coming to you guys. Especially with Walmart, man, they should be picking up their own product, which half the time they don't do anyways. because they know firsthand that they would have to pay their drivers for a detention tow. Gerald, yeah, it's probably a true statement. You never met a guy that never liked a steak. You didn't like. Back again. don't need to work, just a different view. Yeah, I can understand that, Gerald. But for me, for me that's already seen the view, I'm alright with being at home. Matter of fact, I like being home when I'm actually am home. So for me, it's never the case. Now, if I had to pay, you know, like bills once I get older, then yeah, maybe a run a week. Once a week, yeah, that's enough, but not go very far. As for ahead of schedule is always better than behind, definitely is true. I mean, I'm just enough there to be here, and when I got checked in, oh, we'll call you when we get a door. That's what happened the last time I was here. We'll call when we got a door. It's like, the only thing I could say was, of course. I mean, I was about ready to say to her, it's like, well, you know, you had door 308 open. What's wrong with that door? Not to mention, it's like you get product here from the same place every week. What's wrong with that door? It absolutely makes no sense. No sense at all. Yeah, it sounds like a rant. And believe it or not, after a while, this stuff kind of gets a little old. Yep, Julie, indeed. This place definitely loves to make drivers wait. For it, Gerald. If I don't answer, I fell asleep. my husband hates it when he has to substitute drive when a load is going there. 4 to 6 hour wait and then the unload process. Yeah, indeed. And unfortunately, I'm only delivering three pallets. Yeah, like I've always said, if you've got more than 10 doors, it's going to be a long wait. No ifs, ands, or buts. Well, Julie, I got to give your husband a lot of credit for stepping in, because I think some of the drivers probably know where they're going and they don't want to be any part of the Walmart thing here. So unfortunately for him, he might be the one that has to be the sub driver. Caveman, thanks for joining in. Definitely will see you, hopefully. Again, come in. 10-4, Julie. He was an owner over the road for Woods Equipment Company for many years before he took a position on the farm as shop foreman. Previously worked for Ford Motor Company. 10-4, copy that.
Walmart.
Well, door 300. I think he's probably sleeping. After waiting that long, I wouldn't be surprised the driver is falling asleep. That's what normally happens. Consider it done, we the people 75. I'll keep my eye on YouTube recommendations because I'm sub. So you will show up when you're live. Stay safe, everybody, and don't forget to love everyone. Amen. Amen to that, caveman. I was waiting for somebody to hit me. on the back of the head, but I guess you can't hurt what's not there. But I forgot Marshall isn't here. Bummer. Yeah, Marshall's back at work. Yep, she's at work. Okay, man. Well, you have a great day. Okay, man, I'll definitely do that in between here. As soon as I get backed in the door and go back in, and then I'll definitely get a little bit of a nap in there. will be right back, everyone. We got to run back in. Hold down the fort, everybody. Hold down the fort. back, everybody. Just hold on. Hours, 3 minutes to unload.
Lovely.